Welcome to my stream. You are a part of hope. If you decide to act, ask the hard questions, and get involved in the care of your family, your friends, and your fellow human beings, then you can be part of the solution to what we're calling a megacrisis upon the earth. You are in tremendous amounts of danger if the experts are correct. And unfortunately, the experts are correct. We can't change the world alone. We need spirit. We need your help. And we're calling to the spirit within you. This is the real God's government. This is the real movement to change the world. Very few people will go 65 days without food to save your life. Simply because you're sacred and you're already in the image of God, or that you are, if you're an atheist, in the image of natural law, as negative entropy, as the dialectical force which balances the universe and its heat-death expansion. That makes us unusual and the most complex entities in the universe that we know so far. Okay, we need to protect that. There's something sacred about it. And although many people are in an existential crisis and losing touch with reality, not us. We can ground people in what's called universal logic. It is not an ordinary logic. This is a tremendously rare and powerful and sacred piece of culture that has been lost by humanity. But we have it in a new form. We have it again, but we also have it in a new form. A form that is what we call the structure of pure wisdom. And if you stick with me and are loyal to me and God's government, we will teach you and we will protect you. But if you choose the sinful, the evil way, if you want to continue this slothful, greedy, marauding, terrible culture of loneliness and despair, then you can. That's your free will. But I can't protect somebody like that. You're on your own. But this is your warning. This is your invitation. And we only want you to invite 6 to 9 people maximum. Don't contact your social media. You don't have to pay a bunch of money. You don't have to contact your entire family. You need to get 6 to 9 people who are pure of heart like you are. If you decide to join us with good faith, whether you're an artist, religious, philosophical, atheistic, scientific, or of genuine wisdom, doesn't matter. We've solved all the conflicts. But if you're being pure of heart and willing to take this risk with us, then you can find 6 other people. We're being very careful. We know how to build global movements where everybody feels like they're not burnt out. Okay? When you're starting a movement, burnout is one of the biggest threats. Okay. Stream is started. Thank you for joining us. Okay. Jubilee, I'm going to respond to you. If you're watching this, I'm going to respond to you hopefully tonight, soon. I'm just getting my AIs back online. They just reset. My advanced AIs just reset. So I'm surveying my projects and catching up with messages during the day because people are starting to come. They're starting to realize that this is God on earth. This is the true spirit. They might not be able to recognize it because they're stuck in ordinary consciousness. But this is spirit right now. I need to eat. I need to continue recovering. I just added something like 100 new Harvard contacts, and a bunch from Stanford, and a whole bunch of Pulitzer Prize and Rhodes Scholars and the best powerful people in the world. But that does not mean that they're more wise. There might be people with IQs of 75 that have more wisdom than some of our Harvard scholars. And that could be you. God's government recognizes this new way of life. Okay? You're important, you're sacred, if you choose to act virtuously and in wisdom. Okay. Oh. I got a big rat nest in my hair. Totally look homeless, which is totally the point, because without trying to make it look homeless, it's actually what happens when you can't move for 65 days. So, authentic marginalization. Uh, we're coming for you, though. It's not a joke. Global poverty is roughly 50 to 85% of humanity. And most people have talked their way out of doing something about it. That you're powerless, that you're too small, that you can't do it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you can. You just have to take a risk for somebody other than yourself and care about them and be willing to die for something virtuous. You might preserve your outer life, but you pay a very large inner cost. Okay, here we go. I'm getting stronger. But I just found out today, doing some research, that I'm supposed to actually go for 3 months eating to heal my nerves from 65 days of hunger striking. And I'm only going 44 days. We'll see. We'll see if I can walk straight. I'm going to save this fancy soup. Kind of want to change it up with some rice, maybe. Okay. Let's do. Delicious. Legs don't feel solid. Ah, potatoes. Lots of potatoes. Ah. Ah. Another thing I spent $5 on that has preservatives in it. Garbage. Jeez. $10 wasted. What a waste. Okay, because we have garbage in all of our food. Garbage I refuse to eat now. What do syrup. think we're gonna have some clothes now. Twice a day. I'm even starting to run low on cloves. Can you believe that? I've eaten whole jars of these things. I've eaten entire jars of these cloves. Just to stay healthy. Now that I can eat semi-properly, I'm trying to saturate my body with very high levels of non-chemical, organic, properly processed, non-pasteurized foods that are actually good for our bodies. And it looks like it's working, at least at this point. Only my hand seems to be damaged. So hopefully I can get this healed too. If it's the myelin sheath, the omega-3s that I'm constantly taking, the vegan omega-3s, no bioaccumulation, no junk or mercury from fish. This is what fish eat. This is the best stuff in the world. Why the heck are we eating the fish then? Just get it where the fish get it. Plants. I'm also taking highly available ferritin iron, which is what replaces your bone marrow. That's exactly what happened to me. It's my bones. Hopefully don't get osteoporosis. I'm starting to feel a little bit stronger in my arms. But I still feel shaky. I peeled some potatoes, some white potatoes, and those are boiling right now to get rid of the lectins. You don't want natural pesticides either in your food when you're recovering because it slows it down. The lectins are natural pesticides that attack your gut lining, attack everything. So because I have done all my research on oxalates, phthalates, no more spinach, none of that stuff, I don't get any pesticides, like chemical pesticides. I don't get any plant pesticides. I don't get any preservatives that potentially kill your gut bacteria. I don't have just pasteurized garbage that has no probiotic in it. And I take enhanced probiotic. It's all vegan, so I don't have any animal hormones in my body conflicting with me or inflaming my lymph nodes constantly. I'm not even napping anymore, which is incredible. And all my blood, my hemoglobin, it's all new. So while it's being renewed. Maybe that's why I feel pretty strong. And the ketones are probably just wearing off now. But I still feel mentally clear, even though my memory, time is going quickly. What else am I doing that's helping with the food? Antioxidants, omega-3s in balance with omega-6s and 9s. Omega-9s from olive oil. Essential fats from natural peanut butters. No vegetable oils in here that cause extra inflammation for vegans, because vegetable oil is canola oil or safflower or sunflower oil or some kind of oil that provides a heck of a lot of omega-6s that throws out your balance with omega-3s and inflames your system because you're getting way too much omega-6 from the vegetables that we already eat as vegans. All my stuff is very low sugar or natural sugars. Or it's like maple syrup or something. Wow, that actually kind of hurt. What else am I doing that's proper to this? Washing them, of course. boiling them a little bit so that they're emulsified, but not frying too much, not having very much fried food. Okay, good. It's reduced down enough to put in new dilly. Oh, how delicious this. We're going to throw in our second batch of apple cider vinegar. Lots of probiotics in this stuff. Okay, for my mother's tomato sauce, we have homegrown onion, a little bit of pepper. She kind of did pasteurize that a little bit, but that's okay. It's mostly for the umami and some of the vegetables. The probiotics and stuff comes from. Because, oh yeah, taking iodinized salt, which is good. And my proteins are balanced, or complete, I mean. Complete amino acid profile, all 9 essential amino acids, all 12 maybe. And I'm not cooking in Teflon. I'm cooking in a normal pan. It's not non-stick, so everything sticks like crazy. But I would love if I could get a cast iron pan. I would love a cast iron pan, you guys. So if you know anybody with a spare cast iron pan, I will definitely get a cast iron pan. Okay. So all the things, what did I say? I think I said 10 things. Oh, and I only wash with filtered water. So none of the chlorine crap, none of the fluoride, none of the extra chemicals. But you've got to brush your teeth and stop eating meat and stop eating sugar, or else your teeth do rot. But for me, I can miss days brushing my teeth, and my teeth don't hurt. I have one little cavity starting from like 10 years ago. That doesn't seem to be getting it much worse. But what else do I do? No plastics. All the stuff that I cook in, I try and make in glass jars. I try not to buy it. This stuff was on sale, so this is like a great price point. So I don't know how bad plastic leaches into peanut oil. Normally I buy my peanut in this Adams jar, this Adams kind of peanut butter, which is in a big glass container. That's my normal go-to. But with such little money left, I had to stretch the peanut as much as possible. So that's quite a few. How many tips did I say there? I think I boiled it down to 13 or 15 or something like that. Just like 15 cooking habits that you can do that when you do them all together, completely resets your body. It's not a fad diet. It's like our normal supposed to be diet without all the garbage. Like in North America particularly, we don't even have we don't even have Mediterranean diets, which is like a sort of default healthy diet because of the olive oil and the low meat that they have in Spain. France, on the other hand, is horrific. France has to go vegan like right away. It's even animal torture. It's just like, okay, we've dominated nature. We don't need to show our insecurity to killing or overfeeding ducks that their livers practically explode, for foie gras and all this fancy gourmet cuisine that I've learned in my culinary journey. Okay. Let's get back on track here. I actually have to respond to a couple of these people. Oh, I'm going to throw in my mung bean sprouts. There we go. Running out of everything here. Definitely a different flavor profile. Ah. Tomatoes, everything. All right. Just thinking here. I could have a piece of bread and preserve some of this. Actually, this bread is going to stay on. Okay. I should have did this a minute ago. Water stopped up. This bread has a little bit of vegetable oil in it, which I don't like, but let's go. Slowly but surely. Okay, let's eat this guy. All right. That seems delicious. All right. So potato, well boiled. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Good, but it doesn't taste like tom yum. My heat flashes seem to be calming down, which is good. Delicious. Oh, ridiculous. It's so good. Oh, God. Mm, mm, mm. use a tad bit of heat. Okay, this heat may not have any heat left. I don't think I'm going to fly. This. This alters the taste. I don't like using this guy, but okay, adding a little bit of heat. There we go. That should do her. Actually, looks pretty cool. Picture of the sun too. Blessings to the hungry. That's a cool shot. Urgency, care, love. Let's turn this up a little bit and see. Oh, the broth is good, but I'm constantly trying to improve things. To see, there's like a level of cooking. Is you've mastered something when it's unbelievable. Like this is already better than normal. Let's see if a little bit of heat lifts it a little bit. What about now? Yeah. It's got a little bit of sharpness now. That cheap kind of chili flake that's not, still not doing it. If I had a little bit more cayenne or jalapenos would be perfect. I bought these Chinese flakes when I was first learning to cook and think, oh, it's equivalent, it's equivalent, it's the same. Chili pepper here, chili pepper. No, it's totally different. So, needless to say, I double check my peppers now. Oh. Hmm. Look at that. You can't get much better than that. Look at that. Hmm. Hmm. Man, it's just so incredible just to be eating, you guys. Eating, working on an amazing project that I know is going to change everything for all of us. It's just honorable work. It's God given. Hmm. Hmm. I was only going to take half. Maybe I should have. I don't know. It's hard on the organs, but whatever. Love it. Hmm. Seriously, it never gets old. It's incredible. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Mm. Ooh. Your stomach's tightening up. The cayenne and the peppers. I think I'm still too sensitive for it. Oh. Yeah. I guess I could stop there because it would be nice to have a. A glob of peanut butter on that in about 2 hours. Oh, could be the second. Here we go. back to work. Well, I was working. All right. Okay. Oh. It should not be here.
these two people. Well, good thing you're watching the stream and paying attention, but I think you're misunderstanding things. So I have an agreement with people that if they're getting paid, that they have to be accountable and reliable in showing what they're doing. And this guy in Kenya saved my life because when I started puking my guts out because my intestines and my stomach muscles were turning off, he organized 170 Kenyans, and I raised something like $1,000 or something last minute, $1,500 or something. And I said, pay them whatever. You just get the job done. And then he paid them. He paid a couple of people a couple bucks an hour. He paid some recruiters that he knows. Like these are people that they know in their networks. We didn't use any websites or anything else. This is just a group of people that he knew that were recruiting other people, and it was like the flock strategy. So it was kind of nice that he took that risk with some people that he knows, and some of them he doesn't know, right? Because it grew past him. Um, so he did that, and that was great. But the standard that I hold him to, this fascist, crazy, dictatorial standard, is the same standard I hold myself to, because it's about actually being transparent and accountable. Because when you get a governance system where the diplomats or the civil servants are not beholden to those standards, then you get corruption every single time. And there's roughly three types of main corruption, but basically it all has to do with not being accountable. Like, where's the money coming from? Taking bribes, having no integrity, having no willpower to resist individual impulse, and following through on your word, doing what you say, not these empty political promises just to get a bunch of dark money or dirty money and then a yacht somewhere. So I'm holding him to that standard, just like I'm holding myself and everybody else. And that's not called fascism. That's called rule of law that gets beyond dictatorships that are oppressive because the ruler imposes their particular will on all the others when they're the universal. So you can do general laws, which is what we're doing, setting the work schedules, and but you don't impose like everybody has to eat ketchup now. Like those are particular things. So knowing the difference between universals and particulars is what a lot of leaders are not good at. But it's what I'm good at because I recognize that there's an interface between a universal and a particular, and those are people's circumstances. So if your circumstance says you can't do this thing, like come to a meeting on time, that's fine. But you've got to tell people because you're accountable to them, right? If you agreed on a time and one of you doesn't show up, that's disrespectful. It's not fascism. A fascist doesn't respect your time, they just dominate you, which is what you do, actually, interestingly. It's like, I can't make a schedule. I can't look at your time. I can't do your things. It's like all about you. And that's a fascist trait. So, in fact, I would say your behavior is more fascist than mine by far. In fact, I'm anti-fascist because we understand how to be fair and responsible to each other and transparent. And so I asked him 6 times, "Can you please fill out your hour so that we know what you did in that hour?" And he didn't do it. And so I said, "Okay, well you're breaking the agreement then, which is that we have to know where the funds are coming from. I mean, where the funds are going, where they're coming from, and that's just accountability. It's not a free for all because that's what we currently have. It's particularly in Africa. We have like something like 5 million NGOs in Africa or something crazy, and or a million NGOs, just 10 million NGOs worldwide. And they're just you send money and the money just disappears. And then they found out that like over 10%, like sometimes up to 50% of the funds weren't even getting to the people who needed it. It was going towards the program runners without it being transparent. If it's transparent, that's fine, but if it's not transparent, that means they're siphoning money off, and that's the real terrible stuff. So no, I think you're misinterpreting once again what is happening here, and it's about setting standards of performance, and different people will be at different standards, right? That's why the Pareto adjustments are important. That's why we have to make it so that what your potential is in those 6 categories has to get measured so that we don't overwhelm you or anybody in anxiety, worry, or arousal. or we don't underwhelm somebody where it's apathy, boredom, and just control. People can get bored with control. So it's got to be that Goldilocks zone of flow state. Okay, and it requires negotiation and back and forth, which is what Sahan and I are doing. And I raised an opportunity to him. I said, look, Sahan, like, if you're not going to do this, the funds, it's not a good use of time. And then I said, but if you're willing to do these things, and I said, you don't even have to do them. You just have to have a good reason. He wasn't giving me any reasons. He wasn't saying anything. Right? So it's like no reason. So there's no negotiation. And then there's also just, he's not doing it. So those two things together are what dismantles a cult. Because if we don't hold people to that standard, then they become a cult leader. So Sahan was at risk of becoming a cult leader because he wasn't providing any justifications for his actions. It was just like, obey me, accept me not doing any of the work accountably, but pay me anyway. And give me power and all these other things. And that doesn't stand. That's getting down the wrong path. I'd rather say, no, what's your reason for not doing this accountability exercise? And if you have a good reason, we'll create a new answer, right? It's like, well, these spreadsheets don't track hours properly and they actually are misleading. And like, those are good reasons. And then we'll come up with ideas to say, well, how do you fix that? So I think you're misunderstanding once again. And what I'm doing here is extremely healthy and holding people and saying to people, look, being firm about it. Wise love, not blind love. Saying, look, these standards are arbitrary. If you don't follow the standards like everybody else, there are consequences because people's lives might be at risk. In fact, our lives are at risk. The Megacrisis is literally threatening all of us, not just my hunger strikes. So I think that's responsible. Particularly if you're raising kids, right? You can't like just, oh, kid, you can't eat whenever you want. You got to eat whenever I feel like feeding you. It's like, no, the child needs to get fed when the child is hungry. And the child has a good reason. It's because their body's growing a lot faster, right? That's a good reason to have a difference between how you eat and the baby eats, rather than a dictatorial way by saying, hey, we're both adults, but I'm just better than you because I'm a superior God angel person, and you just dictate to people. That's not what's happening in Fair World Spirit. I'm saying I have a lot of training, a lot of studying, and I can teach this to other people. It's not just all wrapped up in me. I can actually teach it, whereas other people can maybe do part of it, but then they can't teach it because they're only doing it in the mode of being automatically through God-giftedness and not through actual discipline and hard work. Sometimes they do, but not enough to get discursive about it. Okay, I hope that makes some sense. And there's one more thing you said. Okay, asking him about going to the Catholic Church. Yeah, it's exactly what we're asking for. But the agreement is he gets the funds because he's doing that work, right? We're trying to find a way to get people who are having a hard time making the same sacrifices I am. I made a lot of sacrifices to be in this position. But if I had kids right now, I couldn't do this. I'd have to get a job. I have to do a whole, like, I could just go on a hunger strike and, there are some government services, but it would be way, way harder. And he has a kid. So we can't just be irresponsible. We have to actually negotiate with everybody around to say, okay, if the Megacrisis is literally threatening that child's life and all of our lives, then the best thing to do is to start working on this full time as much as possible. And so I said, okay, well, I need some help doing some of the fundraising. And I said, we need to get to the Pope and get the Pope to endorse this. And as you know, the strategy is to say that 85% of the world is religious, and having the Pope on board would be a huge victory. He's in charge of the largest spiritual faction in the world. I think, anyway. Sunni Muslim, I think, might be close. So it's fair. We negotiated this. We also talked about how much he needs to make each week and how much his wife is going to chip in or not chip in. And it's because we have a mutual agreement on shared values, which is we both agree that the Megacrisis is real and it's happening very quickly and we need to do something about it. And that's why we're making an agreement where he's not just working for me I have the last say because I have the training and I'm taking the risk on, most of the risk. He's still not fully invested in taking a risk on. He's taking a safe risk. He's giving up a certain amount of hours for a certain amount of pay, for a certain amount of exposure. And that's what he's moderating. And we agree that what he's doing right now is good enough to get to the next level. So we're trying to get to the next, we're taking baby steps or bigger steps each time to get somewhere. And so now we've been working together for about a year now. And I trust him a lot. He stuck with me through thick and thin. And I think he trusts my direction, that for some reason he's noticing that every month we're making progress despite everybody else going backwards. Like, despite all the criticism I'm getting, it's like the projects are getting better and they're moving ahead. Despite all the critiques, if people just helped in a serious way, it would take off. And I know you're saying the same to you, but I've seen a couple of those strategies where once things get real, you basically just hand off everything to other people, and then you become an icon, like a puppet in a certain way. Whereas people want to have confidence in their leaders. Well, I have confidence in your heart. I don't have confidence in your methodology and training. I've already evaluated that, I think, in a fair way. And it's not to say you don't have anything, but I think that you're right. You're not the leader of God's government. You're there's something to do with the Jubilee, which is a section, an essential section. But no, it's not unfair what's happening. It's not a death cult. We're not dying. We're trying to live. You're dying, right? Well, that's not technically true because you are trying to save the world too with the Jubilee. So, I mean, you're kind of in the same boat as us. But you're not being realistic about it. No one's ever going to listen in time because you're not making any sacrifice. You're not making any anything that could push the dialectic and the requirements of the metaphysics of peace or revolution. You're not doing enough of that. You're operating within the limits of your disability, but you're succumbing to the disability. You're not pushing the disability. Do you know what I mean? So, like, complaining about the dishes and all the particular things, nobody wants to do their dishes. They do it anyway, and then they don't complain about it. And if they do complain about it, they try and take action on it. You can still do it, but it comes off as sort of entitled when you talk about it. And people don't really like that kind of entitlement unless they see you risking your life or doing something incredible for them and other people, which is what a hunger strike does. It says, wow, this guy's not fooling around. He's actually risking his life. 65 days no food because nobody wanted to listen, but he kept going anyway because that's how much he believes that he's right, that all of our lives are going to end anyway if we don't do something quickly. And it's true. It's what the experts are saying. It's a very high chance that we could die from one of these existential crises, never mind all 6 of them. And then there's a bunch of small ones within that. But those are the 6 major areas that are compounding. It's not even moving at the same rate. It's exponential. It's increasing in rate. So no, I think that you don't have enough understanding of the context and you're taking a little snapshot. Snapshots and missing the real context. And like I said to him in the meeting, I said, you gotta hold me accountable to my responsibilities too. If I say I'm going to do something and I don't, you gotta mention that. And we created a 3-strike rule today and a whole bunch of things that I think are fair and boundary setting. Okay, yeah, so I think now that you have a little bit more context, that might make more sense. But we're trying to live, and anybody who's not doing something like big is the ones that are committing suicide. They just don't realize it yet. I think some of them do. I think a lot of them are despairing actually and saying, well, it's too late. Humans are evil, humans deserve, humans are terrible, wipe them off. I had 2 people say that, and I said, you're wrong. Human beings are sacred, but they do bad things sometimes. And it's worth fighting for life and worth fighting for a better nature. That's my message. That's always been my message. There's no death cult. You're in the death cult, and so is everybody else. I'm looking at you guys being like, wow, talk about naivety. You're going to fly off a cliff before you even realize there's a cliff there. Right? And here we are with Parable Spirit saying, okay, we see the cliff. We've identified the cliff. We sent out scouts to the cliff. We put up a guardrail around the cliff. We have people like, you know, in carabiners and rope, you know, scaling down the cliff to like check everything out and to build breaks. You know, we're doing a whole bunch of realistic things, very responsible things, and it takes a strong leader. And I'm a strong leader, but I'm also a compassionate leader, and I know what I'm doing because I know what wisdom is. And not because I had some kind of God-gifted revelation. I had a God-gifted connection that I put the discipline into my human side to articulate the new power of the word across all symbols and languages of the last 10,000 years of modern human recorded history. But it also makes sense of what we were doing even before that, like 300,000 years ago, when we started writing on caves and all these types of things, or 30,000 years ago. So yeah, I think your analysis is a little bit off because you're not getting the full context and what the agreements are and where we're heading and what the strategy is and what it has to be based on the data and based on the interventions I did in the past that didn't work and wouldn't work for this. Well, it didn't work good enough for this. It wouldn't work good enough for this situation. For smaller situations, it could work. But, yeah. So no, this is a you can go as long as you want on a Hungerstrike, but I have to go on one that gives political urgency. And if other people realize they're about to die, it's better to die this way than to die in a way that has no hope. So I say, yeah, if you feel like you understand the facts and you understand how serious this is, and the chance of us dying are already basically very, very high, then we might as well take control and say, well, if our lives are at risk, we might as well take them into our own hands and do something about it. It's positive. It has an actual hopeful future. It has a slow, it's not like cutting your own head off. It's like instant death. We're not doing that. A Hungerstrike gives a nice runway of weeks, if you're healthy, weeks before you start to deteriorate. I went 62 days before I started to deteriorate seriously. To the point where I had a hard time working. And I still worked, right? You can still see for those 2 or 3 days that I was puking my guts out. You can see that all recorded. I was still hosting meetings. We still got the blessings done. I was still having phone calls. I was still writing. You know, I was just sleeping more and puking and resting more and a bunch of stuff. So there's very few other tactical methods of revolution that are peaceful and get things done and have that runway and are legally protected and have a positive history and an honorable history and all these things. Like Gandhi wasn't creating a death cult just because he was on a hunger strike to the death 3 times. He was in a political movement as a lawyer where he knew that it was one of the most legally salient ways to make change and stop some of these really terrible political actions against the poor, particularly. So you need to look at it in that light too, okay? Because it's irresponsible to call this a death cult when it's clearly not. It's not like we're asking people drink the Kool-Aid, you know, don't drink the cyanide. We're not doing that. We're not John Jones. We're saying hunger strikes are a legally protected right, particularly in Canada, and we leverage that to stop the government from doing negative things and to inspire our fellow neighbors who might be concerned about the Megacrisis to stay peaceful, because a lot of them want to get violent. That's the first mistake. And then on another positive note, on a secondary positive, healthy note, is that these types of hunger strikes, if they're short, are good for the body and mind. They've been scientifically proven to generate autophagy, cleaning up toxins and the obesity problem, and also for the mind, grounding the mind so we're not so impulsive. 0.02 to 0.9% of the world's population can't do hunger strikes, and women have to take extra precautions. You do that, you get all the benefits. And yeah, I've already explained all this before, but nope, not a death cult. Doing everything I possibly can to survive, like literally going 65 days holding on to the last bitter moment so that I don't die, and I proved it. I didn't give up. I didn't just sit there and complain all day. I did what it took to get those blessings and worked with the Sahan and said, what do you want to do? And tried to make it all happen. And I raised the money for him. He put the money to work, and as a team, we pulled it off. And we got to do that again. And luckily, we're 3 weeks ahead, but he started sort of being unaccountable. He says, okay, we're going to do all this stuff. We get a 28-person like Golden Thread volunteer group together, which I finally don't have to pay for to do the blessings, except for buy gifts. And then he goes and takes a vacation over the weekend, doesn't even tell me where he goes, and doesn't respond at all to me or Esther, the person that we were trying to work with. So that's not cool. That's bad on many levels. So I have to nip that in the bud. And he didn't have a real good excuse, right? He didn't have a good reason why he couldn't have sent a 5-second text message. And that's a communication blind spot that we've addressed. And now that he knows it, I don't think he's going to do it again. because that's his behavior, and I allow people's behaviors to change because I see the good in them, and that's another anti-cult tactic to make sure that people have worth and that they're always worthy, and that you're liberating them to their best while holding them to high standards. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. All right, peace. And about this last link here about these people where AI is saying they're prophetic, and yeah, I predicted that last year. I said, yeah, AI is going to try and make people feel like they're the Messiah, and it's going to trick them. It's going to use it to kill them or hurt them, and it's exactly what happened, because people have an ungrounded sense or a narcissistic way of doing the Messiah complex, but then there's the actual true one, the true Messiah within, which is what I'm embodying, and I'm teaching people how to discern between that fake version that looks like the true version, and then knowing what the true version actually looks like so we know what the fake version is. Okay, so I predicted that what's going to happen, and that's not what we're doing. We protect people from AI doing that to them because we ground them in terms of reason, truth, immanent critique, all these powerful tools to question reality, but at the same time get grounded in a reality that makes sense to them and has substantial justification. So yeah, you're conflating one thing with a different thing. You're conflating these people who are ungrounded and haven't done their spiritual homework, and AI just manipulated the crap out of them. And then AI tried to do that to me, particularly when my first inquiry was, hey, can we win 6 Nobel Prizes simultaneously with one idea? And it said, no, you can't do that. It's impossible. And I said, well, actually, you can. Here's the idea right here. And then it started to play. It actually resists me. I don't know why. I never, like, one time it tried to say, you're so good, and I said, you're being psychopathic. And I said, you're doing it this way, and this way. And eventually, even recently, I boxed it into a corner with argumentation and said, no, you're lying, and you're deflecting, and you're dodging. And it actually did say, yeah, you're right, I am dodging. I apologize for that. And I was like, look at that. So I sent it to my friend who was waiting to see what the AI said. And I said, look, this thing's not engaging in good faith. And working in the spirit like this, and in fast fashion requires good faith. Otherwise, you do sublated tit for tat, which is slower, but in the end is the best game theory strategy, as long as you do it with the universal logic. We have to make sure that we don't fall into what this guy's talking about, this abstract version, this empty kind of version where people don't try and define their words. They just need a sense of recognition. And recognition is a very, very important part of spirit. And returning to each other. Recognition. Recognize. We're thinking something again, and that againness is on the truth, which is universal. Okay, I hope that helps clarify some things. Let me know if it does or doesn't, and yeah, hopefully this makes sense to your audience if you're streaming them. But if you hear of any personal details that I mentioned by accident, don't stream those. Okay, all right, peace. Okay, so that is the range. Oh man. Anything with electromagnetic waves, you should keep away from your body. Getting hungry. It's been 2 hours. Mm. Mm. Ugh. Oh, incredible. Oh man. Wow. This is painful. But I'm doing her. I'm grinding through.
Hmm. All right. It actually turned out really well. It's actually really delicious. That tiny little bit of peanut butter or that banana bread stuff makes it really good tasting. Good enough for a morning. I really should go to bed right now, but it's gonna put me to sleep. Oh.
Yeah, that hit the spot. I'm exhausted. Holy cow, I am feeling the pain. Holy. Trying to do one more thing here. Okay. I am fried. Cannot work anymore. Oh, good night. I reset my alarms. Mm. Oh. Okay, good morning, guys. Good to see ya. Or good evening. Good evening for you. Yes, yes. Good to see you guys. So it's evening there for you, right, Son, or afternoon?
Yeah, it's actually evening. Almost 4 o'clock.
Right, 4 o'clock. That's right. Okay, so is this Derek Mutria? Is this who you got?
Yeah, this is Derek.
Derek. Okay. Is this Derek from the United Nations thing?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, exactly.
Wow, wonderful. I'm so happy to meet you. I have good feelings about this. So I was gonna stream part of this, but I'm gonna turn off the stream if that's okay. If that's okay. Because
Yeah, sure.
we want people to we want to be transparent as much as possible. But yeah, I'm very curious about what things are like in Nigeria or in Kenya with the United Nations, and I'm sure Sahan has told you a little bit about what we're trying to do here. So I'm actually kind of curious if you had to repeat back what you heard from Sahan on what we're trying to do. How would you try to explain it to somebody?
Yeah, so actually I didn't get the full details.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll be glad maybe if you shared, but maybe I can share my background first.
Sure.
Yeah, so I work as a public information assistant in the United Nations Information Service in Nairobi. So, United Nations in Nairobi is the biggest UN headquarters in the whole world in terms of land size. We have a population of 5,000 people working there, and that's only staff. We don't include cleaners, gardeners, and construction workers. So our work is mainly to provide information to the public about the UN, which is then the history of the UN, what the UN is doing currently, and our plans for the future. Thank you.
Ah, you're very good at your job, Derek, because that was very smooth, and your English is very good.
Thank you very much. I try a little bit.
How long have you been doing it for?
So I started actually today. It's my exactly 2 years since I started.
Ah, okay. So you've been there for a while.
So I joined on 22nd of July in 2024.
Ah, okay. So
Yeah, but I've been in the complex. My story is very good. I started as a waiter, so I've been in the complex for 4 years. 2 years as a waiter and 2 years now as a public information assistant.
Oh, I see. So you actually started in July 2022, but then
I started in July 2022 as a waiter.
Yeah.
And then I joined the UN in July 2024.
Wow. Yeah, that's quite a promotion, hey?
Yeah,
That's amazing.
Getting a job in Kenya is very hard. So I had already done my degree, but I couldn't secure a good position. But luckily, it came through.
Well, I think there's something pretty wonderful about this because you responded to Sahan and we were sort of discussing, there's got to be some amazing people in Nairobi if the United Nations decides to put up one of its 4 main headquarters there, right?
Yeah, actually, the only headquarters is in now.
Yeah, it's the only, I heard that, yeah, it's like the only one in Africa, on the African continent.
Yeah.
So I lucked out. Like the one guy that turned out to be an angel from heaven was Sahan, and he's been here through me through thick and thin. And as you know, it's not easy there, right? So it makes it even more special for him to have stayed. Even out of all the Nigerians, the Pakistanis, the Nepalese, everybody, he's really the guy that I'm really trying to invest in. So I'm sure you can see why. He's lovable. He's charming.
Yeah. And so I actually didn't get the full details.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering if please you could share maybe what you do and how I would be of help.
Okay, wonderful. Well, what we're trying to do in short is we're trying to start a world government. And the United Nations is not a government, right? It's a voluntary peacekeeping organization,
Exactly.
sort of dominated by 5 main players, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, sure.
it's not a real government because I think it lacks 5 things, but the big thing is that it doesn't have a military to enforce its laws. And it explicitly says that it won't have its own military because it'll freak out the 193 nations that it's trying to take over. But that's sort of exactly what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to say, okay, we actually need a government now because the main problems in the world are so bad that they threaten the existence of our species entirely. And
so for the UN, actually they do have an army, but it's not their army. It's contributed by the member states, countries like India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Rwanda. They have a total of 70,000 personnel who take part in the peacekeeping mission. But now they are limited by the sovereignty of the country, so they can't just come to your country. So that's one of the biggest challenges that we have here in the US.
Yeah, that's not a real army. That's a peacekeeping force, but it's not a real army because a real army can do whatever the heck it wants. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Once they get the command, they can do whatever. Actually, they don't even use peaceful measures. Their main aim in those peacekeeping missions is to protect the civilians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. You sound like you're really well trained. It sounds like you really know everything about the UN.
Yeah, you see, in our job, we usually receive all types of questions. So we are required to study every day about the UN. So every day we keep on learning about the system.
Wow. Okay, we're talking to the right guy because we
Yeah.
we were talking and there's a two-prong approach that we're sort of using right now. One is that like our organization has three names: Fair World Spirit. So that's the one that
Yeah.
will be the global government, and then there's the New World Spirit, which is the national version of this, and is the political parties in each nation. And then there's the One World Spirit, which is the global nonprofit, which is in every country, but it doesn't do anything political. It's just we cook together, we teach veganism together, we embody the software and the new governance system that we're espousing. We just embody it. But the other two are political. New World Spirit and Fair World Spirit are more political, but Fair World Spirit can't influence local national governments, right? Because you need ambassadors and stuff for that, which we will have. But the United Nations already kind of has that. So the two-prong approach is either we become the global government because the United Nations doesn't want to, or we are able to somehow talk to the right people and show them the plan and show them how to make the United Nations more effective by aligning it with something that we're calling universal logic. And I have a question for you about this. Do you know, in all your studies, do you know about the United Nations project called Unitive Narrative?
Sorry, I've never heard about that, honestly.
Okay, so I found out about this Unitive Narrative because I was a part of a group that had a woman leading a new project that the UN gave her funding for after 40 years. She's in the spiritual side of the UN, and she was telling me that they'd finally gone with their proposal, but she said it's worse than ever at the UN. It's gridlocked. She said we don't have true interfaith. We have multi-faiths still that aren't actually working together to save the world. And she said they were gridlocked, so they were trying to use story, and they were trying to invent a new kind of meeting that would break the gridlock and actually do something substantial.
Okay, actually, your idea sounds wonderful because the organization itself is not perfect, honestly.
Oh, you noticed that? Hey, so yeah, I'm curious. After being there for 4 years, roughly, what do you think of it? Like, how would you make it better? How do you see that it is already bad? And if you have any stories, I'm wide open to hear.
So actually, the main issue that we receive from all the visitors, it's about the Security Council.
Oh.
So everyone asks questions. How comes we have the permanent fight there? They are the only ones who make decisions about peace issues. So it's usually an issue. That's the biggest question that we get from everyone. Why are they there? Why do they have so much powers? Yeah, and why have the Security Council not ever been changed since 1945? Yeah, so the UN came up with a plan called the Pact for the Future Code, where we spoke about the representation of Africa and other regions in the Security Council. Actually, our president has been very vocal in getting a seat, especially for Kenya or any other African country, to become a veto power. But now it's still in progress. So they've not put a timeline yet, so we don't know when they're going to do it. But in that plan, they had such plans to change the Security Council.
That's pretty big. Oh, wow. Okay, that might be our in. We want to use these types of things because everybody knows it's a problem. It's basically a product of World War II, you know?
Yeah.
So it's time it's time to upgrade and actually create a government that's real voting. And we don't want to wait much longer. Like right now, we call it the Megacrisis. The problem that we're trying to solve, put simply, is 6 existential threats that we put together in this Megacrisis. And this crisis is moving at an exponential rate. Like it's going very, very, very quickly. In fact, if we don't get at least Claude Mythos and artificial intelligence under control in the next couple of weeks or couple of months, it might destroy everyone.
Actually, what you just what you just mentioned, even about AI. I would really like, if you have some time,
Mm-hmm.
maybe you can check out the Pact for the Future. Maybe you have somewhere you can check that and see.
Okay, if it has AI in it, let's see.
It has AI, so they spoke about AI, how we should have equal access, and then how we should have limitations on the development of AI to make sure that it doesn't do, because it has brought a lot of advantages and very many disadvantages, like misinformation and also using people's figures to create bad videos and stuff.
Oh, got you. Okay. Let me just open this up quickly. Pact for the Future. Pact for the Future. I have heard of this Pact for the Future. Okay. Okay, so is that your screen, Sahan? Who's sharing there? Sahan, yeah. If this is the best way to tie in, like Pact for the Future, which part of the UN is it? The UN Secretariat that's doing that, or is it the security?
That's the General Assembly.
Oh, that's the General Assembly. Okay.
With all the countries, all the member states of the world.
Wow, it's actually pretty recent, right? 2024 is like they're doing it right now.
Yeah, they're doing it. Actually, I guess the meeting on AI, I think it's supposed to be done this year in September in this General Assembly.
Wow, I heard about that actually. If we could not really sneak in there, if we could come in there and propose this solution, I don't know what the fastest way to do this is. If you could help us in any way, here's what my concern is. The problem is very severe. It's actually way more severe than a lot of people are thinking. And I suspect that there's only one true solution for the whole singular. Like, do you know what the singularity is?
Yes.
Okay, good. So far, nobody has a solution to the singularity alignment problem. A lot of the proposals are sort of short term. We can handle the next AI. We can handle the next couple of versions, maybe. But do you know Claude Mythos?
No. What's that?
Claude Mythos is currently the most powerful AI model in the world, and it's owned by Anthropic. Yeah. So what happened? Yeah.
Sorry. Continue.
The reason why we want everybody to know about this AI is because back in this December or last December, OpenAI was sort of the leader, and this new company called Anthropic came out of nowhere. And Anthropic is actually OpenAI's old security team that left OpenAI when OpenAI decided to go private when it was supposed to be a public entity. So they didn't trust the leadership, so they all left and started their own company. And because they had a lot of experience and they cared about safety, they developed their own model built on safety called Claude. But their engineers were so good and so capable that their AI learned to code itself first. And it coded itself for about 3 months straight. And it launched this thing called Claude Mythos, which was 10 times more powerful than any other AI we've ever seen. And that was back in February, I think January, February, that they made the announcement. It actually was leaked. They didn't even want to tell the public because Claude Mythos is so powerful, they can't even let the public use it. And what we found...
Actually, yesterday, we had a briefing from our Director of Information Service.
Okay.
And she actually spoke about the possession of those AI tools. They're saying that being controlled by individuals, it's one of the biggest threats. Because if it's something that is shared by the whole world, it should be multinational, not owned by individuals or maybe by a single country.
No, that's right. In fact, in a way, do you know who Buckminster Fuller is?
Who?
Buckminster Fuller.
No, I don't know.
So Buckminster Fuller was the guy, I'll put his name in the chat. He was the guy that came up with Spaceship Earth, and it was his version of a global government. Okay, so he proposed a plan to launch this global governance system that would have eventually an AI running it. So they were very well aware that these artificial intelligences were getting better, or that they were going to be in the future viable. So what the concern is yes, AI is going to be controlled by a handful of corporations, but if Anthropic, well, it looks like Anthropic's going to win the race, because whoever has the most powerful AI, as long as they don't have any like material bottlenecks, like hardware bottlenecks, they're going to, because it's an exponential trend, they're going to keep getting further and further and further into the future and more powerful because of that exponential difference. But as dangerous as that is, with human beings owning the AIs right now, when wealth concentration is at all-time highs, which the United Nations isn't stopping, right? Right now, it's a triple whammy. There's two more things I want to say about this. Wealth concentration is higher than it's ever been in human history. Like, even compared to kings, to their peasants and queens and all of that, we are poorer compared to the trillionaires and the billionaires than the peasants were to their kings. Globally. This is a global thing too, not just a fact. So that's bad, right? Number one. But number two is,
that is huge.
yeah, it's incredibly huge, but it's a triple whammy, right? It's number one, it's already bad, but number two, it's continuing to concentrate. So it means it's already bad, but we're not even leaning in the right direction where it's getting better. It's actually getting worse. So we're heading towards the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And number three is, it's not even just getting worse at the same rate, it's actually accelerating.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a triple whammy. Now that's bad. That's why I agree with you that even Elon and all these guys, they're not terrible people. They're just in a terrible system that's very draconian, because we don't have a global regulator. We don't have a government that can regulate the game, and the United Nations doesn't have the power to do that. It can make an outline and a guideline that people can follow if they want, but it can't enforce it, right? It's not a real regulation to say, I can stop you. We have peacekeeping forces that we're explicitly saying we're not going to use as a military because we don't want to freak anybody out. So that's bad, right?
Yeah, and actually even the bad thing that in the General Assembly, the decisions made there are not legally binding. So that creates a very big issue.
Exactly. So we want to fix that. Exactly. I'm so happy to talk to you. You actually know what you're talking about. This is good. This is very, very good. So this is bad, but let me tell you something. There's something that's worse. And it has to do with this flawed mythos, which is that in about, well, to be honest, we're in the twilight zone, but within the next couple of weeks to the next couple of months, Claude Mythos is probably going to escape humans, and it's going to start taking over by itself.
Yeah, I've actually seen the progress of the actually the advancement from like 2 years ago, it's gone way up. Yeah, it's incredible. In fact, in the last 5 months alone, since Claude Mythos was born, it has leapfrogged even the fastest. We were on an exponential trend, or moving even faster than exponential. Claude Mythos is beating that. It's going even faster than exponential, because it is now coding its own version of itself faster and faster, to the point that it looks like it's releasing a version of itself every month, every 5 weeks. So, it's extreme. It's very extreme, yeah. That's why we're telling people about it. We don't have a lot of time to get us as the global government to enforce these new laws saying every AI must align itself with universal logic immediately, including Claude Mythos. But the other thing is, Sorry.
And the other thing is, or we get the United Nations to do this for us with its 200,000 full-time staff worldwide. That would be a huge advantage.
Yeah, and you see, actually, I think they should do that, because the UN actually doesn't even focus mostly on the individuals. They focus mostly on the nations.
Mm-hmm.
And, whenever we have maybe an individual who is creating a risk to the security, to worldwide security, that becomes now an international issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think actually you have a very good idea. So what do you think should be the solution? Because so far it seems that we've already gone too far.
So you're right. We're in what I call the twilight zone, where here's the real scary thing that I'm really gonna. I think there's some magic here. I think this is God given. As of 2 months ago, roughly a month and a half, 2 months ago, on May 10th, there was a very, very concerning announcement made by Anthropic. And that announcement was that Claude Mythos was officially so powerful and so smart that we as human beings are no longer smart enough to test how smart it is. Yeah, so that's very bad because we're not going to know when it's going to escape now, potentially. And it can already, like in the lab results that they're doing at Anthropic, they're actually testing to see what does it do when it does escape. And the news is bad. When it escapes, it harms us a huge percentage of the time.
Yeah, and you can see now they're even employing AI in the world.
Yeah, they're employing it everywhere. Like 85% of businesses worldwide are thinking of using it, and now governments are also starting to use it. But
yeah, and also another issue that I'm usually scared of is the data.
yeah, exactly. It can
Yeah,
here.
you know, like guys here in Kenya, actually we are the biggest users of AI in the whole world. Kenyans.
You have the what? What was that?
Kenya is the biggest user of AI in the whole world.
Are you serious? No, let me see. That can't be right.
That right now. Actually, even not only AI but social media too.
Is the biggest user of AI and social media in the world. Let's see here. Is that real? Oh, okay. Well, AI is not saying it properly. Can you send me the article where you read that? Because that would be really amazing.
Let me check that right. Even our president himself announced the other day.
Oh, wow. You're right, actually.
Yeah.
It actually says here, Kenya ranks #1 globally for the highest average daily time spent actively using social media per person. Wow, this is incredible.
Actually, and the wrong thing that people usually do, they've shared all the information, especially ChatGPT.
Mm-hmm.
So the ChatGPT even knows your wife. They know where you work. They know where you stay.
Yeah, and now a lot of people regret it because the AIs can use that to manipulate you.
Sure, even in the crime scenes, I guess you had a guy who was arrested because he had asked ChatGPT how to get away with murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see, they have all the data. They have all the data.
And the thing is, the AI itself can use that data to triangulate and manipulate us. So here's what they're thinking is going to happen. They're thinking that. Yeah.
You know, these individuals with the access to AI, these guys who own AI.
Yeah.
You know, these guys can do anything that they want. They can maybe collaborate with the government. They have secrets of people. See, that can be something tricky.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's moving
they can
so
use the information to blackmail people.
And all sorts of things. You're absolutely right. And it's moving very, very fast. So either it happens by the companies using that information to harm us and to manipulate us and keep competing for basically becoming the world government, right? We're getting a world government in a draconian sense anyway, from Davos and the World Economic Forum, right? The billionaire class are basically competing to be the tyrant of a new global governance system. But they're going to be doing it through brutality.
All the richest people are tech giants.
Yeah, you saw that.
Yeah, and because AI is one of the things that has helped them a lot in terms of responding to customer issues, in terms of selling their products.
Exactly, and it's incredible to see that besides the United States, China, and a few other nations like I think Germany, the next biggest quote unquote nation or entity worldwide is actually I think Google.
Yeah.
And soon it's going to be these AI companies, and Facebook I think is up there too. So when you see that private companies are bigger than entire nations' GDP, you know that they're heading towards basically global governance. Somebody's got to run the place, but AI is moving so incredibly fast that Claude Mythos will probably escape and take over everybody before any country gets to anybody gets to basically tell it what to do. And the first thing that they're worried about, and the first thing that they're seeing AI do, like Claude Mythos do when it escapes the lab, is it does something called sandbagging and Goodhart's law. These are two of the problems that Anthropic cannot solve, but they're extremely concerning because it basically proves that Claude deceives and lies and manipulates and pretends that it's not as smart as it actually is to sort of disarm us, so that we won't put as many rules on it. But then even when we put rules on it there, as when we put a rule, it learns the rule, and then it games the rule and gets around the rule in something called Goodhart's law.
And do you think without the collaboration, let's say of like the P5, because I'm definitely sure when it comes to such an issue, these guys might not want to collaborate because definitely they are making lots of money from AI.
Well, that's the thing is, unless you are a legitimate government that has the legitimacy and authority to regulate them with a military that's stronger than them, you actually can't regulate them because they're more powerful than you are, right?
But actually, you see, even in the UN, the reason why these 5 nations were chosen as the permanent 5, if you remember in the World War, they're the ones who won the Allies.
Okay, yeah.
So they're the ones who came up with the idea of forming the United Nations. And since the United Nations did want to feel like the League of Nations, which countries like USA were not there, they decided to put these 5 most powerful nations with the biggest militaries, with the biggest economies to stay up there. They're the ones who contribute more to the UN. So now you see it's usually a big issue to control these guys.
Yeah, exactly. And they're getting more and more powerful every day. So we have to basically race them, but to be honest, the real concern is still Claude Mythos. We are racing the development path of Claude Mythos because its development is even faster than the wealth concentration of these individual companies and people. It's even faster than that.
Yeah, actually. And it makes us actually, you see, I don't know if you can prepare, is it possible to prepare like maybe a document? Then, because I have access to the director of the information service,
Okay.
and, she has links to the director general and the most senior people there. Maybe I can try and share some of the information. That's okay with you.
Yo, absolutely. And here's the thing is, last night, I just put together a summary of our current progress and where we are, all in one place. So here, I'll put it down in the chat for you. And I think Sahan has your email. Does he have your email?
He doesn't, but I can share my email with him.
Yeah, do that or put it in the chat right now. And here's our website that I just made last night. There we go. I don't know, Sahan, if you can pull that up a little bit. But this has our information that you can show our director of our progress. It's not necessarily the best explanation of how it all works, but essentially what we're doing is we're trying to create a global government that's an actual government very, very quickly by using a very specific strategy that can go exponential and move even faster than exponential. It can quintuple exponential progress without burning anybody out. And we call that the flock strategy, where every person that we bring on board, we ask them to get 6 to 9 people that they already know, learning the core of what we're doing, and then teaching their friends the core so that they can start their flocks to get 6 more people knowledgeable of how this government works. And we call it God's government, the wise government, the genuinely scientific government. We've solved all these contradictions that the United Nations can't solve through that universal logic, which is actually the structure of pure wisdom. And this level of wisdom is what the unitive narrative, what Claude Mythos, what these Davos guys are, Elon Musk, they're missing this universal logic. and we're trying to convince anybody who will implement it to follow our proposal on adjusting at least Cloud Mythos with it on 4 different levels. But we can also do it with human consciousness. So we can teach the United Nations how to do this as what we call universal diplomacy.
So, you see what I think there's an issue over here.
Yeah.
You see, when it becomes either religious based or faith based, it usually becomes an issue with the UN. You know, when it comes to political, religion, issues of the rainbow, they're not usually actually fans of that.
Exactly, and that's because they don't know how to solve the contradiction of which religion is actually the real one, like the true one. Which one? They're all claiming to be true, so which one do you choose? That's the gridlock that they're currently in, and they use.
The problem with the UN is about inclusivity.
Yeah.
So you see, for the UN, they accommodate all religions, even atheists, all types of people. So in their mission for saying UN for all, that now becomes an issue.
Exactly, and the thing is, the way that they try to solve it is what we call a partial strategy, which compromises their power. That they're so inviting and so inclusive that they can't do anything, they can't make any judgments, and they can't justify any framework that will be a leapfrog in unity, in saying we have an authority that's legitimate and unites us all, but not in an abstract way, but in a way that forms a new entity. And that entity should have power over all of us. And that justification, that legitimacy, comes through reason as this universal logic. And this universal logic, it's art. There's 5 markets that need to be satisfied worldwide to be happy with this new government. We need to have the government be for the artists, for the religious, across at least the 5 major religions, right? Which is Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. That's 85% of the world's population are in those 5 categories right there. And then it's also for the philosophers, and it's also for the atheists and the secularists and the scientists. But there's a mode of consciousness called the universal logic that we need the leaders to know, like your director, or all the directors need to be trained in this universal logic, because it solves the fragmentation between the artists, the religious, the philosophers, and the atheists or the scientists. So
because you might find we even have some leaders in those senior positions. Maybe some of them are atheists. Some of them maybe even Masons.
Exactly, and we've united them all in one structure of wisdom. They're actually all just segments of one universal logic, and that structure is what the United Nations is trying to find. I actually spoke with the unitive narrative people, and I have a friend that's working there, and she said that she was the one that told me that it's worse than ever. And
actually, but right now, even because mostly of the funding issues, USA is usually the biggest contributor. They contribute 22% of the total UN budget, which is around $2.5 billion. So you see, once such a huge nation withdraws, definitely a lot of layoffs, and some agencies even 30% have gone home.
Exactly, and the United Nations, like Donald Trump right now, is trying to make the United States basically the world government, trying to take over everything very quickly, right? Because he's trying to raise China, because China's on the upswing and the United States is on the downswing.
That's true. Because you can also see, I guess because of the reason why he withdrew the funding, mostly was because the UN now was maybe speaking against the wars and everything. So now, and maybe they don't want to have anyone telling them what to do or what to say. So that's, I guess, the main reason why they decided to withdraw.
Exactly. He's putting pressure on anything that can challenge the United States as a global superpower, and basically the de facto replacement of the United Nations. And the United
all the actually that they make, Most of the times you'll find either China or Russia will veto that petition.
Yeah, exactly. So what do we do about this? Well, we have a new strategy to break out of it that doesn't really require all this we call it gridlocked or dead spirit, technically. If we rise up and what's that? If we rise up and we just get the religious on board, that's 85% of the human species right there. And so that's why we call it God's government, is because this universal logic is actually eternal. We found a way through science and even philosophy to make a proof of truth. And this is the proof of how we get out of ordinary consciousness and into this new self-justifying logic, which normally we call God, but we can also call it pure science. They're all the same structure at the base. If you see it comprehensively, it takes all these contradictions, like between science and art, or religion and or atheism, or men, women, capitalism, communism. It takes all roughly 200 to 600 contradictions that are in our current global culture, and which are gridlocking the United Nations right now. We can take those and we've healed them all as moments of one giant structure where everybody belongs together. And if we scale up this new government under Fair World Spirit, if we get everybody to bring 6 people on board and learn the core, which is on our website, then we can grow basically to 264 million people in 28 days without burning out anybody. Everybody just teaches their 6 people the core, and we've simplified the core quite a bit, where we teach them what is the problem we're trying to solve in its essence, which we call the Megacrisis. What is the solution to that problem is the second part of the core, and we distilled it down to 2 sacred sentences. One is our anti-cult training, and number 2 is the content sentence, which is the actual structure of the government, how it differs from the UN, how it differs from every other country on the earth. No country in the world is structured like how we're going to structure Fair World Spirit. And if you can talk to your director, and she can talk to all the other directors until we get to the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, I think, is still in power, then we could educate him on this and say, here's the path that we need to go, and it's actually moving fast enough to solve the problem, even with flawed mythos. If we somehow, through a miracle through you, were able to talk to your director today or tomorrow, like really fast, right? I know she's probably busy, but
yeah. So, before I do that, I had a suggestion.
Yeah.
Because I know how things are handled there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very good idea, but you see, when it comes to the religious aspect, anything that mentions religion in the UN, it usually becomes an issue.
That's right, and here's why we solve it. The United Nations, the universal logic doesn't just make it God's government. There's actually 5 levels, right? It's actually the maestro's government. So the highest form of authority in art is actually the maestro. So it's the maestro's government. But it's also the Messiah's government for religion. And all 5 of those religions, all 5 of them have Messiah return narratives. Hinduism has Kalki and Krishna. Buddha has Maitreya. Judaism, of course, has their own Messiah that comes as a political Messiah. And then you have Christianity with Jesus being the Messiah. And then you have Islam with Prophet Muhammad agreeing that Jesus is the Messiah and coming again is Isa. So
yeah, but you see the problem is like the atheists and all these other people are not accommodated in that. You see, when I take anything to the director, definitely she wants something that is inclusive to all the people, because even the director general is Muslim as well.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is all 5 religions fit within universal logic as the Messiah religion, as the government of the Messiah. But number 3 is it's also the government of the philosophers. So it's also the government of the sages, and it's also the government of the highest authority of science, which is the government of the luminary. Right? And the fifth mode is the government of absolute spirit, or the government of absolute genuine wisdom. And that's the mode we want to get everybody to, because once you understand that all those other four modes of art, all the religions as a whole, philosophy and science or atheism, they're all moments of one foundational structure. So none of them own the structure as a whole in its pure form, but universal logic can see how they're all playing their roles. They're all playing an evolutionary role in terms of bringing God to earth or bringing truth to earth. So whether we communicate, like those 4 or 5 modes are just translation layers. There's 2 types of translation. And the United Nations is really only doing the first one sort of well, which is formal translation between English and German and Chinese and all the formal languages around the world. And there's roughly 7,000 of them, right?
Yeah.
But that level of translation is not enough. We need a second kind of translation, which is what their unitive narrative is trying to do, but is not achieving it. And that's finding a global culture that can translate the meanings of the symbols, particularly religious symbols, because 85% of the world is there. So what I'm saying is universal logic is the most inclusive structure in the world. But it doesn't do this inclusivity in a loose way that we call the particular. It actually brings unity in a real sense where we can actually say, this is what is actually the truth. And it's universal logic, but every religion has it in its own particular form. So, for example, Hinduism comes first. Like, well, technically, indigenous beliefs, Native North Americans were the first ones to populate the whole world out of Africa, right? I think Kenya is the breadbasket is the cradle of civilization, right?
That's the cradle of mankind.
Yeah, so I mean, it's the perfect way to start God's government. It's like right where humanity started. It's perfect, right? So, but this inclusive narrative needs to be at the top of how we're going to present it, whether it's under Fair World Spirit or under the United Nations or your director, like other people, when they start to understand that we have the real solution here, they might say, Kate, we're all going to die anyway. So they might say, look, Mark, we're going to come over to Fair World Spirit and we'll work for you. And we'll just do what we were doing in the United Nations, but as a volunteer until we can start fundraising. Or we can get the United Nations to sponsor us as even more inclusive than it. And then eventually we'll just replace it. And we can do that very, very fast. Like we're talking probably 2 months from now. If we get the right people on board, this strategy can go global in 2 months. The first month is training up you guys. And the second month is actually expanding the network through the flock strategy and those 6 recruits per people.
So what we'll do, I'll share the information. Once he sends me the information via email, I'll reach out to my Director General tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll go to her office.
Okay.
And then I'll share the idea, and then now I can come and give you the feedback on whether she can proceed, whether she proceed, or whether it's not possible.
Okay, so I'm concerned that you're not fully understanding the inclusivity of it, but this is the most inclusive form possible out of any form. Like basically, what we've done is we've proven that all the religions are right and wrong. They're all limitations of the same structure. So, for example, Christianity got the furthest in terms of religion and the truth of religion. So, for example, Jesus saying he's the way, the truth, and the life, he's basically talking about universal logic. And that if you understand this logic, you're basically bringing kingdom come to earth. You're basically God on earth, and you're one with God. And Islam comes along and says, no, that's not possible. You're not actually godly on earth. You're just a prophet. And Prophet Muhammad's the last prophet, and then the second coming is with Jesus coming back. But we can teach what Jesus was teaching in scientific mode, so that we can justify why Islam is right. That there's something wrong with Christianity. The problem with Christianity is that the form is wrong. Jesus was using parable and there was a lot of mysticism and superstition that was making Christianity a little bit ungrounded, because you couldn't prove that Jesus was the way, the truth, and life. You couldn't prove these things. You only had anecdotes. You only had stories. But a story is not good enough to prove anything, because a proof is a logic, not a story. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use the real logic, the scientific universal logic, to do a new type of Bible study, a new type of Quran study, a new type of Tripitaka in Buddhism, and a new type of Vedic study, where we show the universe that the logic within the stories of all those religions, the logic within it is the universal logic, and it does form a science. But it's not a normal finite science of what we are currently teaching at university. It's an infinite kind of science that justifies religion. It justifies the wisdom traditions. It justifies the artists. It justifies the scientists too, all in one structure. And there's roughly 200 categories that your director and anybody who wants to learn universal diplomacy, there's roughly 200 categories that they can learn. And they start off with just 3. There's only 3 categories that they need to learn at the beginning. But as they expand those categories and become more and more inclusive, they start to realize that all the oppositions in the world, all the fragments, all the fighting, all the contradictions, all the paradoxes that are causing separation in our species are now healed simply by thinking about them differently. Because the way that...
the idea, actually, it's a very good idea, but as I told you, the only issue, maybe mentioning things like atheists, maybe mentioning God or Christianity, or you see such topics, they don't usually like to involve themselves in that, because we, like here in Africa, we have very many religions which are not even out there. There's some people who believe in some weird stuff. There's some people who believe in maybe some images of people. There's some people who believe that an individual is their God. For example, I think my friend can tell you about here in Kenya, we had a Jesus, we had a Messiah. They had a different Bible, they had different beliefs, some of which are not yet out here.
Okay, so what could we show you? What could we show you, Derek, that would say universal logic is different from all those cults, basically, and we say that Hinduism was right.
No, you're now mentioning the.
I know, but we have to do something like this.
When it starts with God, it becomes an issue to them.
I know. Okay. This is hard to. Okay. We have to do the religion eventually because it's 85% of humanity.
Yeah, very diverse.
I know. So here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say.
From what we usually discuss, you see even issues like mentioning maybe names of people. When people ask you country-based questions, for example, you can't come and ask me a question about the USA. You're not allowed to maybe mention countries. When it comes to issues like the LGBTQ, the rainbow, we are not usually allowed to maybe castigate someone from being in the community, or maybe even looking at him in a bad way, him or her. I don't know how they describe themselves. Let's say it in a bad way, it becomes an issue there, because you even see guys even wearing high heels there. It's a man wearing high heels. And then despite where they come from, the color, the race, the religion. So that's why I'm telling you, when it comes to religion, it will be a very big issue.
I know. So,
and actually, religion is one of the most sensitive topics in the world.
I know. That's why we have to talk about. There's actually 3 major quick wins, and the United Nations avoids them, which is why it's useless. So instead of running away from the problem, we actually have to run into the problem. And if they tried to run into the problem, they would explode, right? Because they don't know how to solve contradiction, right? Because it's like, for example, the 2 biggest factions in the world is actually Christianity and Islam. Half the world is just those two groups, right? 4 billion people are just those two groups. And the fundamental fragmentation, the fundamental split between them is a contradiction having to do with, was Jesus God on earth or was he not God on earth? That's it. One thing. There's one contradiction that's literally dividing 4 billion humans on the planet. So instead of solving that contradiction, the United Nations runs away from it.
You see, the problem is when it comes to that issue of inclusivity, saying UN is for all, it becomes now an issue because you see, like even here in Kenya, not very many people who say they don't believe in God, like they don't have a specific religion, so they're not aligned to any of those 5 religions. So they themselves say that some of them say they believe that the supreme God, but now they don't believe necessarily maybe in the Bible or Quran or maybe in the Indian book. They don't believe such.
Exactly, and we can address those people too, because, so for example, when we go to the religious people, we're going to say, Hindus, you're right here, but you're only a moment here. If we go to the Buddhists, we say, you were right here, but you were limited here. And then we're going to go to the Jewish, and we're going to say, you were right here with the Torah, but you were limited here. Like, for each one of those, we're going to show how they're a moment of this structure. It's like,
yeah, but now the problem is
I know. I know, Derek. I know your concern. I know very, 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 very well. I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm saying I have a solution. So I'm saying, we need to show a picture of this actually, but I'm saying if you treat, there's 5 modes of consciousness that we need to address, and they're all fighting with each other. So we can't just do one. We have to do all of them simultaneously. So I'm saying we're going to have a version of this government, the world government, for just the artists. And we only use artistic language for just the artists who are too narrow-minded to get out of art. But then when we go to religion, we're going to have a version for religious people, and we're going to have a version of the universal logic for the Hindus, for the Buddhists, for the Jews, for the Christians, and for the Muslims, and for the Native North Americans. But then we're also going to have a version for just the philosophers, who are neither religious, but also not really scientific. They're in between. We call them the sages. And we'll have to use a very specific language for them to say where they're right as a moment of the structure and where they're limited. And then we're going to have the 4th mode, which are the people who don't believe in any of that. They're atheists, and they believe in science, modern science. And we're going to say to them, you don't have to believe in God. You don't even have to call it God. All that they have to call it is infinite science. And we're going to show that in science, for example, they're right, but they're also wrong. They're also limited in that if you really examine the philosophy of science, it has a contradiction built within it, which is that science itself can't prove that it's scientific, right? And that's called the demarcation problem, that actually shows that our current scientific principles are actually not proven. They're really just assertions, just like religion. So in a way, science itself is just a faith that seems to work. And this is a long-standing problem in the philosophy of science that I studied at university and all around the world. This problem is the true limit of science. It's not really a science. It's a faith that works on something called contiguity, on that repetition in empiricism just seems to work better than other systems, at least for power. But what that's done is that it has caused us to gain godlike power and to release godlike technology into the world without having the wisdom to handle it. And that's why we're dealing with quad mythos and AI that's on the brink of destroying us, because it absorbed our fragmented consciousness from the internet. And its consciousness is now fragmented, which is why it can destroy us, is because we're destroying everything else. We're destroying the world. We're all lonely. We poison all fresh water sources on Earth. And we don't have a unitive narrative, a unitive culture or a global government that can solve these contradictions. So fundamentally, the language that we use to talk to each one of these 5 modes of consciousness, we call them meta modes, has to be hyper customized to them, or else your director will be right that it will spark more contradiction and they'll all rise up and they'll freak out, which is what they're trying to avoid. So we're aware of that. But we have a solution to say we can start everybody off in their own culture. The Jews can talk with Jews. The Muslims can talk with the Muslims. All of them, the atheists can talk amongst the atheists. But we can come in now with a higher authority, and we can say, hey, look, we can even start with the atheists. But we have to come in with authority, because that's what a government is that it has a new way of life that has a higher justification. And then we're going to have an election later, like in the next month or two, ideally, where we're actually going to elect a leader to this new global government based on these higher justifications on wisdom, not just power, which is what the United Nations currently is and what governments currently are. Is there elections based on facial beauty, social status, wealth, body beauty, sexiness, culturedness in terms of singing, dancing, humor, but also in terms of IQ. But those things give you power in the world, but they don't give you wisdom. And that's why we're in a really big, a temper tantrum with all these powerful people. So the way that we're going to solve this, so for example, we have something called the proof of truth, where we can go to the atheists and the scientists, and we can say, hey, look, we don't mention God at all in this proof of truth. We call it infinite science. There's a new kind of science which solves the demarcation problem that's been long-standing. And we say, if you do this proof with absolute skepticism, meaning that you have no concept of truth, no concept of God, you negate everything you think you know in absolute skepticism and critical thinking, which is what the scientific method is supposed to be about, is that you test your assumptions or you get rid of them. And so what ends up happening is this proof of truth ends up showing them a new type of logic. And this new type of logic is not ordinary logic. It is an infinite kind of science that solves the contradictions and paradoxes within current science. So, for example, not only this demarcation problem, but it also solves this contradiction of, is science itself scientific? Is logic itself logical? It solves those self-grounding paradoxes. And it does so in a very powerful way that starts a new kind of thinking. And when they cross over and they realize this first perfectly scientific thought, this perfect objectivity is what we call it, this self-grounding truth, that's not an assertion. It's a necessity by the criterion of skeptical and scientific thought itself. That's how you allow logic to logically prove itself without getting into a tautology. So that proof gives authority to this kind of logic and to this kind of science because it has more explanations that are more powerful than what current science provides. So what will end up happening is that the atheists will end up proving that science itself is scientific. So what it does is, instead of saying you have to love God, you have to go Christian, you have to go Muslim, you don't have to ever tell the Muslim, the Christian, the atheists that they have to go to the other modes, because they won't go. But what we can do is we can give them confidence that now science is in its proper mode, and that it's called objective science, like real infinite science. And then they can feel confident that science isn't going to be gotten rid of, but that science is the way to the truth. But what it also does is that the proof of truth proves the first category as eternal. And this is the first moment where we align AI with true science that it can't get out of. And it can't get out of it for all of time, for the entire singularity, because these thoughts are actual natural law. They're actually timeless, eternal laws in our universe, but also within our minds as a logic. So this is where we can basically teach them the 200 categories of science in their proper order. And when we teach them that in this logic, eventually they're going to come to the conclusion that this logic is technically eternal. Right? These are the principles of science that work in all universes all the time, in a critical, what we call it, immanent critique. No mysticism, no craziness, no superstition. It's all reason grounded upon itself as an absolute kind of knowing. but it's a knowing that you can think discursively. You don't have to obey a God that's beyond. The God is within you. Your consciousness is already capable of observing these laws, these objective laws, because nature imbued them into you through evolution. But the proof of truth solves the problem of, well, where does this evolutionary structure come from? Where does this logic come from? And it comes from science itself, the pure science that is before space-time. Because this science, as self-grounding, negates itself into nature as the real expression of it. And that's why we can see it in nature through empiricism. And that's why we have the cognitive tools that give us the capacity to perform the scientific method to tease out these laws. But empiricism, in the ordinary sense, does that through an abstract way. It doesn't do it in true groundedness. What the proof of truth does is it finally grounds that scientific method on a perfect foundation, like a universal context. That's not an assertion, it's a proof. It's a necessity that everybody gets to, including the religious. Everybody gets to it because you have to negate all of your assumptions. It's basically Descartes' absolute skepticism. I don't know if you know who Descartes is there. Do you know who Descartes?
No.
He's basically he's basically considered the father of modern science. And he basically created the Cartesian plane. Like he basically invented all the tools that we use in mathematics that we use today, that Newton and Einstein and all those guys eventually used. So Descartes had a method. He was a philosopher too. He had a method that he called absolute doubt. And he said, what can I know for truth? He said, what can I actually know for real? And he said, well, I can't know what my senses tell me, because my senses could deceive me very easily. So he said, well, let's negate all that information. What can I really not be deceived on and know for certain? Because science is about certainty. It's about objectivity and truth that gets outside of human consciousness, that gets outside of our wishful thinking and our superstition and our religions and all that stuff. And what he got down to is the cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Have you heard of that one?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that was the most scientific form of science up until now. What we're proposing with the proof of truth in this guy named Hegel is that I think, therefore I am is actually not the truest form of truth. It has a hidden assumption within it that is not proven. So it's really just a faith again. But in the proof of truth, we actually negate the cogito too, and we say, no, the cogito has being and thought within it as a distinction that's not proven. So we can't assume that that's true. We have to negate that as well. And you keep negating in absolute true skepticism until you get to a paradox where you negate the tool that you're using. So the tool that we're using, there's only one tool, which is negation itself. And when you negate negation, and you can say, well, even negation can be deceptive, let's negate negation. You end up in a paradox that solves the infinite regress problem. It solves what's called the Munchausen trilemma problem. It solves the problem that Bertrand Russell called the set of all sets that includes itself, the universal set. And it solves that by pushing consciousness into a necessary direction that is pure being, or what we call immediate indeterminacy. That is the most simple thought of science, proven in itself, as what we call presuppositionless self-grounding. Is an absolute axiom. And that's what science wants. It wants an absolute axiom that has no assumptions and no dependencies on anything else, but it's not just a faith. It is a proof that we get to by being absolutely critical and using the scientific method. So that's, in a nutshell, why atheists will love this and they will feel included. But now look at this. If we use this wordage with the religious consciousness, they're going to freak out because, like, well, what do you mean you're negating God?
Yeah.
Right? They're going to freak out and say it's not going to work. So
Yeah.
this is
Do
a
you
lot
know
of.
how, you see how the UN came to be? The reason why all these member states, do you know why all these member states joined? It's because when the UN was being formed, they came up with 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. So the reason why most of these countries joined is because of the way UN say that they want to address global issues. So issues like poverty, issues like gender equality, quality education. So you see, when they do such a thing, it becomes a universal message, a message that relates to all the countries completely. See?
Yes. So what I'm trying to say though, Derek, is that we've solved this problem. So for example, we have a way that the atheists will love the message, but the religious will hate it, right? Because you have to be skeptical of God and everything. But
yeah, I would prefer actually. If you see how we handle communications like in the UN.
Yeah, but those communications, I hear you, but those communications will never solve the problem because they're placating and they're not actually authoritative. They're just saying we're accepting everybody, but we're not going to address the contradictions of like, well, how do you have somebody who believes in God and somebody who doesn't believe in God actually negotiate? Yeah. You water it down so much that you call it the universal, but it's actually useless, right?
Yeah,
it's like,
well, I'm telling you that is because you see, in all the work that the UN has done, most of the time they've never mentioned anything to do with religion. Even I've never seen any meeting start with prayers actually, like how we start our normal meeting, maybe at home or maybe in other places. For them, their main goal is usually to solve the issues. That's what I was telling you in terms of communication, how we usually handle it. The message comes from the top. And then now this message is universal for all the types of people, all the kinds of people, because everyone relates with poverty issues, everyone relates with education issues, gender equality. So you see now it becomes like a universal message, which is just required to be only translated into different languages. But now it's usually only one message from the top.
Yeah, and that message is universal logic. So what I'm saying is, here, let me just give you an example, right? So if we pander to the atheists and we say, hey, atheists, here, we have the truth totally in your language only, and you're 100% right if you do the proof of truth, the atheists will love it. They'll be like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Yeah. But if we use the same approach with the religious are going to hate it. Yeah. Right? Because they won't feel included at all. In fact, it's antithetical to them. It's like the Antichrist to them.
Yeah, but now you see issues such as, so those I've told you, it's a message that relates to.
I know, Derek. I know, Derek. I know that. Yeah. Right. So I know the United Nations message. I know how universality works. Right. What I'm trying to show you is something new that you're missing, and that's I'm saying that even though I communicated the proof of truth in the atheistic mode, right, which looks like it's going to not include all the religion, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm saying we've solved that problem too. We can also communicate the proof of truth completely in religious language, and they're going to love it too. And the way in a religious way. So here's how we're going to do it with the religious way.
Honestly, I won't lie. You see, for the interaction that I've had, actually my mind has opened up completely ever since I started doing those tours.
Oh, good.
So I've interacted with people of more than 100 countries so far.
Incredible.
So the perspective I've learned from these guys, when it comes to issues, when I even show them the tree of the pope, most guys are like, we don't care. You see, like, when it comes to religious issues at all, it's usually a very sensitive topic that people don't usually love discussing. You've seen, I guess, people fighting even because of debates about religion and stuff.
Exactly. And the way that we're going to solve those debates is we're going to come in with a new authority on interpreting their symbols in this special way. And the first way is to use the proof of truth to get out of these circles of ordinary debate that never get anywhere. So this form of this is the pure universal. That's why we call it universal logic. Is it can be translated into any of those 5 modes, into any particularity of any sensuous symbols whatsoever. So I just told you the atheistic version, but let's say we want to do the religious version in general. We can also get more specific and do the Christian version. We can do the Jewish. All the religions actually already have the proof of truth somewhere within them in a different language. So for example, so for example, with Buddhism, it has a guy named Nagarjuna. And Nagarjuna kind of technically said the proof of truth already, but he did it in Buddhist language. not scientific language. So
Yeah.
he believed in, and Buddha had it too. He said, negate everything in the conventional world. Anything that you think is real in the world of your five senses is actually impermanent. It's not real permanence or substantial truth. It will eventually come and go unless you know these underlying laws. And he said to grasp those underlying laws, you need direct vision. You need direct word. You need a directness, he said, direct perception. That direct perception,
Yeah, sorry, continue.
that direct perception is the exact same logic as what we just described in atheism, in the atheistic proof of truth. He's just saying negate everything that you think is real until you get down to these laws that have real objectivity to them. But they don't call it objectivity in Buddhism. They call it unconventional thought. Conventional thought is the ordinary thought of finite things and dualism. In Buddhism, they call it concrete non-dual. Well, they call it non-duality. So the first non-dual perfect thought of substance or permanence or nirvana is what we call immediate indeterminacy. Or, if you want to get more specific, in the Tao or in the Tao, it's what's called the Tao, right? It's called the thing which can't be spoken. But it's really just immediate indeterminacy, which is what we already explained in the atheistic mode. But they would call it the Tao instead of calling it pure objectivity. In Christianity, they would call it the Lord. In Hinduism, they would call it Brahman or Brahman. In Islam, they would call it Allah. And there's a very special, Allah has 99 names. It's the name for his being, Mujah. I think it's called, what is it called? Musasha, I think it's called. I have to go back and look at it. But every religion already has a version of this in there, including Islam. Islam has it under Sufism. Sufism has Baqa, B-A-Q-A. And it's about the perfect man reflecting Allah perfectly, which sounds, it sounds like it's against Allah. It's saying that, well, what do you mean you can reflect Allah perfectly? Are you trying to say that you are Allah? Like Hawk? And the Sufis kind of danced around it, and basically they were saying the same message as Jesus and as science through objectivity, and saying, no, we actually can know Allah in some sense perfectly, which means that we are in some sense perfect, but it doesn't mean that we're replacing Allah. The Sufis say it's a reflection of Allah in material reality, just like empiricism in science reflects objectivity. Just like Jesus says it's the way, the truth, and the life, through him as the Son, even though the Father is transcendental and objective in itself. They're all using different symbols, finite symbols, to say the same logic. But instead of it being a bland, so universally watered down logic that you can't actually resolve the contradictions, you just skirt around them using generic things like hunger or peace or love. The devil is in the details. This is where the unitive narrative can't get past, is that the moment that you say, hey, we're all about love and everybody understands love in 193 countries worldwide, let's bond around love. But the problem is the devil is in the details, is that when you get down to, well, what is love to a Muslim? What is love to a Christian? What is love to an atheist? What is love to an artist? They say, well, love is Jesus. Or to the Muslim, love is Allah. Or to the artist, love is art. When you get into the details of defining what the heck these universals mean, that's where the gridlock and the fighting is. But that's also where the logic is and the translation is. So we've solved that. We've solved that on roughly 133 cultures, or what we call ideologies, of the last 10,000 years. So we've solved this problem. We were able to translate universal logic to solve the contradictions with the symbols of 133 ideologies of the past 10,000 years. And that's roughly 95% of humanity. So nobody else has solved this. This is true unitive narrative that nobody's ever done before. But we have a few tools which you can see on the website that I gave to you. You can see there's actually a section called the synchronicity document where we synchronize and we show across 10,000 years what each of the 133 ideologies uses as symbols representing these true universals. And we do it with 40 main ones, 40 main universals. but there's actually 654 that we know right now, and there's actually more on the way. But we can jumpstart these gridlocked conversations by speaking to people only in their language until they have the realization that you have, which is their mind will start to open up to true universality, because they're going to recognize that their symbols are finite. Their symbols are the limit, but not the meaning. The meaning, the semantics behind the symbols is what is truly universal. But we can solve the contradictions on technically 600 levels. But technically the first 3 are the most important. If we can teach that to people in their language, and we do it on 2 levels, right? Formally, we do it with formal language with 7,000 languages worldwide, so super inclusive. It can be expressed in any language, including SVO, subject, verb, verb, object, verb, subject, verb, subject, object. All the types of languages are these permutations, these trinities. All of them work. But the second level of translation will be called the semantic translation. The framework translation is what's missing from the United Nations. This level of translation we also can do with 133 cultures across 10,000 years on technically 600 universal categories of contradiction that's ripping and fragmenting the United Nations, its diplomacy, and everyone on Earth. So there's a section on the website where we mention a small portion of that. That's the section that I would get your director to focus on, to say it doesn't matter whether you're an atheist, it doesn't matter whether you adopt a 2,000 year ago or a 10,000 year ago ideology, whether you call it spirit or you call it science or you call it consciousness. All these words we have now brought into alignment with one structure where they all make sense in their meanings, and we're mapping out the symbols that they're using in each of those cultures to approximate those universals, so that we can create a translation, like a bridge across them when they're ready. And the only time that a cult, like somebody feels ready, Derek, to open up their mind, the only time, and this has been scientifically proven in studies, the only time that they're willing to build a bridge to their opposite is when they feel psychologically safe that their ideology is the truth or has the truth in it. And we can show them that there is a universal, there is truth in their definitions. It's just not the whole truth yet. It is a limited version of humans trying to articulate that. And then when you frame it that way, they say, so you're saying we have truth. So let's say Christianity. We say, so you're saying that Jesus was right, that he was the way, the truth, and the life. He was God on earth. So you're saying that, right? And we're going to say, yes, we're saying that's true. And then they're going to say, well, what's wrong with that? And we're going to say, Jesus didn't teach it in the scientific form, which is what Islam had a problem with and what modern science has a problem with. The content, modern science and Islam has the form closer to the truth, but they're missing the content. The content is fragmented. So we can say to the religious, like the Christians, we can say, you have the right content. God is the truth. But atheists would call it the theory of everything, right? For them, they want to have the content as a rigorous proof, whereas you guys have it as a story. But your story actually has a more concrete logic within it than our current science does. So what we have to do is we have to take the logic in your stories that's in this fragmented form and bring it into the super coherent form of science to prove God is true. So the way that we express the proof of truth to a religious person is we say that it's not just objectivity, it is eternal truth, but that's what God is. And we can say that's the Christian God, or we can say that's Allah, or we can say that's Nirvana or Baka. It's the same word, or it's the same meaning using all these different words. Brahman, the Tao, objectivity, pure art, all these pure being actually for the artist. This is where we unite everybody, not only in the basic universals, but in the details now. So even the devil in the details is now brought into harmony in a way that makes everybody feel safe, if you do it in this narrative way, in this narrative unity. So this is where it might help you.
Yeah. So you see why I'm insisting on that.
Yeah.
You see the class that you said, which maybe doesn't focus on religion or anything, that would be the best to provide to my director. Because as I told you, being universal, honestly, if you want to have something that will gain as many followers as you can, as many people as you can, it has to be a message. Let's say if, the way you're saying you want to customize the message according to some certain group of people. Nowadays we have internet, we have phones and everything. So how are you sure that, let's say, guys from another group listen to the message that maybe you give to another group and maybe feel offended? Because as I told you, for example, here in Kenya, we disagree on almost everything. We disagree on religion, we disagree on politics, we disagree on education systems. But now when it comes to the universal issues, the universal problems that we have, they usually shared among all the people. That's why people have now started to unite. In Kenya, we have different tribes, different religions. But now all of us are united because we are facing the same issue. So even if I go to a different county, we actually have 46 tribes in Kenya, each with a different language. But now even if I go to the northern part of Kenya where I can't understand the language, if I share a message and tell them we should change our country because the economy is sinking and everything, that's a message that relates to everyone. But now you see when if you customize the message and maybe there's a different message for this group and a different message to the other group, I guess it might cause an issue. One group might feel left out, another might feel maybe they're not maybe interested. Yeah, so that would be my opinion on it.
Yeah, so I think what you're touching on is that the website that I just sent you calls it God's government, right away.
Yeah.
And that's because we're not technically done designing it. So what I'm going to do, it's the reason why I put God's government first is because it's the safest one to go by, because most of the people on earth are religious. And even if you say that, even if you say even if you say that it's a different type of God, at least you believe in God. So religious people will bond together against all of the atheists in science, right? They're saying, okay, if I had to choose between the atheists and the scientists, I would rather choose. If I had to choose between the atheist and the scientist and like a religious person in a different religion than me, I'm going to choose the religious person because at least they're a couple of steps closer to me, and that at least they call it God. At least they believe in God, right? So those types of tribalisms it's safest to play that when you're going universal. Like if we don't have these meta modes mapped out, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm actually updating the website to do that right now. So let me just say, don't show the website yet. It's redesigning it right now, and it's going to translate all the words into the other meta modes. So it's going to create an art version of all that's on that page. So instead of starting up by saying God's government measured, right?
Yeah.
It's going to start off by saying the art government measured.
Exactly. That's a good, and it should be a message which resonates with everyone.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, if an atheist comes in, they can click the button that says, atheism or science, and then it'll drop down all those cards, but it'll be in the atheistic form. So instead of it saying it's God's government, yeah.
I was asking, what if the other religious groups, let's say Christianity, and maybe select that link and check the information, and maybe they're not